Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing good. Welcome to day 4 of our training. I see we're currently on 12 people. We're gonna wait until at least 5 past, and hopefully the numbers are up by then, and then we can get started. But just like we did yesterday, I did add a link to our day 3 quiz. So if you could just follow the link and answer about 8 simple questions we have on there based on yesterday's lesson, and we'll go through the questions one by one at around 1:15. For those that cannot see the link, I'm just going to share it again, and please do answer those questions. Another reason it's important for us to get these quizzes done is for us to understand if you are finding the training useful and what else you think we could focus on to make sure that you leave the training having a better understanding of the procurement of renewable energy in municipalities. I've just reshared the link, so please do follow it and answer the questions we have on there. I hope everyone is doing good and that the weather is nice and lovely wherever you are. Morning, Sinawo. How are you feeling today?
Morning, Itu. I've had better days.
Oh,
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Thank you. I hope you feel better soon.
I will. Maybe I'll feel better when I come see you guys later.
Okay, great. Morning to everyone that's just joined, and welcome to day 4 of our training. Please do check under chat. We've got a link to our day 3 quiz. Please answer those questions. And then we'll get started in about 3 minutes. We have 19 people that have joined. Welcome and thank you. Please do answer those questions. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Rendani, I've reshared the quiz link. Sorry, it's okay, great. Good morning to everyone that's just joining, and welcome to day 4 of our training. Please go under chats and have a look at the link we've just shared. And please complete the questions we have on yesterday's content. Good morning, Marlene. Welcome to our training. Let me just see if people have submitted their responses yet. Okay, we've got 1 response so far. We have 23 people on the call. 50% is a nice number. So I say we get started when we have 10 responses. As soon as we have 10 responses, then we can get started. In the meantime, I urge you all to please follow the link and answer the questions that we have for you. We just want to understand or just get a sense of how you are faring with the training and what else we can do to make sure that you leave the training with a better understanding. So please do. Okay, we have 2 responses, 8 to go, and we can get started. We just need 8 more to get started, please, colleagues. We'll start in about 10 minutes. We'll give it 10 minutes, then we'll get started. But in the meantime, please do submit your responses. And once we get to 10, we can get started. Please post the link again, of course. There we go. Welcome to the colleagues that have just joined. A good morning to everyone. We have a quiz, a short quiz. The link is on the chat, on the chat. And we'll get started once we get to 10 responses. We are currently on 4. Okay, I like it. 6 to go. With just 5 minutes left, we are still in need of 3 more responses before we begin. I urge you all to please go to chat, follow the link, and please complete the quiz. We'll get started at 9:15. There we go. We have finally hit our 10 responses. And with that, we won't be waiting for 9:15. I think we should just get started, and we'll get back to the quiz as more responses trickle in. But yeah, thank you so much for joining day 4 of this training that we are having on the municipal procurement of renewable energy assets. I don't know if anyone is, I'm hearing something. Maybe just a colleague that hasn't muted. But yeah, good morning. My name is Itumeleng Morosele, and my colleague Senawo Sikalelana and I driving this training on municipal procurement of renewable energy assets or projects. We are basically trying to build a greater understanding on municipal owned generation, shining light on its benefits, but most importantly, how municipalities can build their readiness to move towards successful procurement. Over the last let me just put it on presentation mode. But over the last few days, we've been touching on municipal owned generation and where exactly it falls under the social ownership of renewable energy spectrum in South Africa. We've also touched on the regulatory framework, which is the bedrock of municipal owned generation in South Africa, as well as how municipalities can ensure that they are ready technically, financially, to embark on these projects. We also looked at the policies and the plans that municipalities should have to help them move towards successful procurement. And yesterday, we looked at Section 3 of the Public Procurement Framework Guideline document that has been developed for municipalities. And we've had Senawo and municipalities like eThekwini, we had Mossel Bay, and I forgot the last one. I'll remember just now that told us about the projects that they have embarked on and how they went about the feasibility process. I'm hoping that colleagues are still completing the quiz. We'll go over the questions just now, but just to take you through today's content, we are moving to the next phase of the process, which is the procurement process, which follows feasibility. So now we'll take us through the procurement process in these projects, as well as the template contracting, template contracts that have been developed by our partner legal firm, partner in the project, that is Pinson Masons. And we'll also have a municipal practical lesson from Marlene Hendricks of the City of Cape Town. So this is the agenda. So now we'll start us off. We'll move on to the contracts, like explained. We'll break for tea, and we'll have the last session of the day being Marlene, before we move on to discussions and any questions. So without wasting any time, I am just going to move to the quiz and see where colleagues are. There we go. Okay, we have 13 responses. Not bad. So let's just go into the questions. Okay, the first one says, broadly, what is the aim of assessing project feasibility? First option was to determine the viability of the project. Second, to determine if it makes sense to implement the project. And thirdly, to take into account the technical, financial, legal, and environmental considerations. And the last option was all of the above. And that is correct. All this, the speakers actually highlighted the purpose of undertaking feasibility studies prior to implementing projects. And it is basically to determine whether it's a good idea to implement the project. So it's looking at the technicalities, the legalities, the finances, and whether or not it makes sense. Is there a financial gain? Is there an environmental gain? What needs to be done environmentally? What needs to be done financially and technically? So all of the above are correct. I'm glad. Okay, only one said it's not incorrect, but all of the above are correct. Second question says, the amendments to the electricity regulations on new generation capacity of 2011 under the Electricity Regulations Act of 2006 require that municipalities conduct and submit feasibility studies for the procurement of new generation capacity, and that is true. Sinawo highlighted this at the very start of his presentation, that is true. Question number 3, the value of a project must be quite quantifiable, and that also is correct. Sinawo kept emphasizing that yesterday. You must be able to measure the benefits or or the value of the project before moving to implementation. So the answer is true. Well done to everyone. Number 4, in a few words, what is your takeaway from yesterday's session on the feasibility process? Okay. No feasibility study, project failure is guaranteed. Okay. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I would have liked them to elaborate further on this. Okay, a clear structured approach is needed. Feasibility ensures that a project is technically sound, financially viable, legally compliant, socially and environmentally friendly before moving forward with the project. Okay, it is difficult. It is quite complex. It is quite complex, and that's why we are here. Okay, feasibility studies are important for all projects. It was very informative and will greatly assist with the current amendments of policies. Okay. The decision to embark on project is determined by the feasibility outcome. Feasibility is vital in any project. It is the key in decision making and looking at a viable solution that will best suit the municipal needs. Clarity on the process, very insightful. It was very detailed and precise. I wish we could get those presentation and contact details for the presenters. I think we will be able to share the presentations. I'll get back to you with regards to this, but I don't see that as being a problem. I will confirm. Someone else said a lot of contributing factors, able to measure the value of a project. Okay, thank you so much. It's good to know that colleagues are warming up to the feasibility process and understanding what it is all about. Question number 5 is kindly rate your level of understanding of the feasibility process. 1 being strongly disagree. No, it shouldn't be strongly disagree. But okay. Kindly rate your level of understanding, 1 being maybe not that great of an understanding and 5 being great understanding. I see the average rating is 3.71, and it would have been nice to have everyone have a great understanding of it. And I'm hoping the next question will shed some light on what it is that colleagues think we should be focusing on, so we can move the average rating from 3.71 to 5. If anyone has any questions, I know I kept reiterating this yesterday, but if anyone has any questions, please do shout during the sessions. You could also send us an email afterwards, and we will be more than glad to assist you in all your areas of where you need more understanding. Question 6 is, how confident are you to teach someone about feasibility? 1 being not confident and 5 being very confident. The average rating is 3.36. That's more than half. Likewise, it would be nice to have everyone say they are confident, but let's see how it goes. And 7, my understanding of municipal owned generation is improving. So 12 said yes, and 2 said still some areas of uncertainty. We would like to know what these areas of uncertainty are so we can help you get to a place of certainty. Question 8, what do you think needs further explaining or clarification to improve your understanding? General recap and more self-study, okay. No further clarification for now. Why procure your own assets if no load shedding? Okay, that's a good question. It actually came up over the last few days, but we will touch on this. Not much, nothing, more workshop of this nature and exercises, technical information on the generation technology, how the output is calculated. Okay, all is well. More workshop of, okay, is that everything? The financial part of it. Okay, so the financial part of things will be covered tomorrow. So tomorrow's session is solely dedicated to the financing. So looking at the different financing instruments that are available for municipal owned generation. So this will be covered, financial models, okay? And then just to answer this question on why municipalities must procure or have an appetite for municipal owned generation when there is no load shedding. So this is a very valid question. We did have it arise, come up quite a lot over the last few days. And after some discussions, it was said that although the impetus for many municipalities moving towards their own generation or procuring a new generation was because of load shedding, actually building resilience against load shedding. So putting up battery, for example. But with now load shedding having come to an end, hopefully for good, it was said that municipalities are trying to look at municipal owned generation to reduce their bulk costs, bulk purchases from Eskom. So being able to rely on themselves or on their own energy. So they buy less from Eskom, therefore saving costs. And then there was also mention of utilizing own generation, including battery for I remember now, peak shaving and load management. So there was also that. And then there was also mention of how some municipalities are in a position where they cannot get additional capacity from Eskom. So having own generation assets allows them to obtain this additional capacity. So it's for a few reasons. Firstly, to reduce the reliance on Eskom. Number 2 is for peak shaving / load management, wanting to get additional capacity, which cannot be obtained from Eskom. And it's also aligned to many municipalities' greening strategies. So wanting to contribute to South Africa's determined contributions around climate change. So there's a few reasons moving away from load shedding. I hope that answers your question. If not, please do, let's speak further. Please do shout and we'll be happy to discuss that just to make sure that you are okay. And then the last question was, how are you feeling this morning? Ooh, okay. 73% are good, 13% are great. And yeah, we have 2 people that have had better days. Okay, we wish you well. We hope that you feel much better at the end of the day. So yeah, without taking up too much time, it is a packed discussion today. So we want to give Sinao enough time to go through everything. A warm welcome to everyone that has joined us this morning. So today we will be touching on the procurement process and the contracting templates that have been developed under this program. Sinao, are you ready?
Yeah, bo.
Okay. Just a reminder that colleagues, this is your training. Before Sinao goes, this is your training. Please feel free to stop us if you need any clarity on anything. Please do not hesitate. Pop your questions on chats. Yeah, I see a question. If all municipalities embark on getting into renewable energy, what will be the future of Eskom in terms of revenue? Valid question. I'm going to throw it in the room. I don't have the answer, but I would like to throw it in the room. What will be the future of Eskom in terms of revenue if all municipalities embark on renewable energy? Anyone? Any takers? Okay, Joanna?
I think that's a question that is quite relevant, and I think it's probably relates to the unbundling of Eskom, and ideally Eskom's role would then be in management of the grid infrastructure and kind of the management of the load. So it's almost like the service changes from the sale of electricity to the management of the grid potentially. But who knows what it would be in terms of their revenue and how they charge for their services. But I think the unbundling of it has a large contributing factor to the revenue. And I did read recently that now Eskom, for the first time, has got profit, if I was correct. So let's see. I think the unbundling can contribute to that.
Okay. Thank you. That's noted. Any other takers? Perhaps someone else sees it differently or has a different view. Okay, Silence says Eskom is alive to TED reality, and that is why they are also venturing into other services such as procurement. Okay, valid. Any other comments? You can keep them coming. Just pop them on the chat, and so now we'll get started with this presentation. But yeah, thank you for that question, Skumbuzo. It's relevant. So now over to you.
Thank you, Idu. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I must mention that I do agree that is quite a loaded question. I think that is why the room is a bit quiet. I think it's quite a loaded question. But from what I've seen, what I've observed through articles and everything else, is that Eskom is also participating, in renewable energy through various products, It's also procuring its own renewable energy assets. It's, it has products for wheeling, virtual power plants, etc., etc. So as municipalities discussing on gen, renewable energy on gen, even Eskom on its side is greening its generation capacity. So I would say that everyone is getting involved, but ultimately, like Joanna mentioned, the business for Eskom and the municipalities to an extent, is provision of electricity infrastructure, so that the market environment envisioned under the ERA amendment comes to life next year, April. So quite a loaded question. Let's see. We don't know, but let us see. Colleagues, I must make a quick disclaimer that yesterday, of course, I had a presentation on feasibility. So to an extent, I was providing technical advice there. Today, I will be discussing contracts and I will not be providing legal advice in any way or form. I am not a lawyer. So the entire presentation and today's session will be my interpretation of the legal documentation prepared by our partner firm, Pinsent Masons, and of course, documentation that I found from the Construction Industry Development Board. So I will be providing my interpretation, and of course, the room is more than welcome to also provide its own interpretation. Then if we have time later on, I was searching through the web and I found a recent 72 megawatt peak tender by Eskom. So it's a public document. So if we have time, I'll go through it a bit, particularly looking at what is required in such a project. And when we look at it at the back of our minds, we must think about the discussions in this presentation and what kind of contracting would be best suited to ensure that that particular project in that example comes to life, you know, and risk is minimized. All right. Itumeleng, please record the session if we're not recording already.
Yeah, we are recording it.
Right. Thank you so much. So just a quick overview of engineering contracts. Of course, possibly there is more, but a lot, I will just stick to what I'll discuss today. So we've got FIDIC. FIDIC is the contracting regime that we have proposed under our program, which we'll also get into detail. General conditions of contracting. This is a contracting regime that most of us in municipalities are comfortable with and are aware of. And then you've got the Joint Building Contracts Committee. And then you've got our new engineering contract, NEC. Right? So FIDIC, NEC, and GCC are forms of contracts that can be used on all types of engineering and construction contracts. That is FIDIC, NEC, and GCC. And JBCC 2000 is confined to building works. So my presentation will look at these three contracting types, right? FIDIC, NEC, and GCC. Most of us will be familiar with general conditions of contract. But then I will introduce FIDIC and NEC, and of course later on, our colleagues from Cape Town will go into the details of all of these. So just from a strategic perspective, right? So what are some commonly used contracting strategies? So if you are contracting with a service provider, what are different strategies that are in place, right? We've got the first one, which is construction management. So this is a management contract similar. The difference here is that the trade contract is between the employer and various trade contractors. So the employer in our context would be us as municipalities, right? So it is a contract between the municipality and various trade contractors, right? Then you have design and build. So here the contractor, let us say whoever is building the solar PV for us, undertakes most of the design and all the construction in accordance with the employer's, the municipality's brief, and the municipality's detailed tender submission, right? So there is usually a lump sum price. Then you have develop and construct, similar to the one above, except the employer issues a concept design on which tenders are based, right? So the one above, the contractor or whoever is building the solar PV plant undertakes most of the design. The one below, right? The concept design on which tenders are based, right, is done by or is issued by the municipality or the employer here. And then we have a design contract designed by the municipality. The contractor undertakes only the construction on the basis of full designs issued by the employer or the municipality. So for example, this solar PV plant, as the municipality, I would then design it. And then the solar PV contractor or developer builds it based on my design. And then management contract. A management contractor is appointed, right, like a PMO, to engage and manage a number of trade contracts to carry out construction on the basis of designs issued by the municipality as and when they are completed. So the trade contracts are between the management contractor and the various trade contractors, right? So that is a management contract. So if we look at these contracting strategies, one would start to, for example, let's make the example of a solar PV plant, right? Let's say it's a 10 megawatt PV plant. We think of ourselves as municipalities and say, we don't have the capacity internally, for example, to design this plant, right? And therefore, to minimize the risk of the construction not being exactly what we need, we would ideally want to ensure that the design lies with the contractor, for example, so that they design and build what is based on their design. So then our contracting strategy, we would then say, all right, probably what makes sense is a design and build, right? So let's say we are talking about one plant here, where the contractor would undertake most of the design. Of course, you would say, okay, you need a PV plant of this magnitude, etc., located here, but the contractor then would undertake the detailed design and construction in accordance with your requirements, right? And your detailed tender submission. So on a high level, a solar PV plant, 10 megawatt, that would be a feasible approach, right? I would propose. Then commonly used pricing strategies. So how do we price for the work that we are doing? So we've got what we call activity schedules, right? The contractor, whoever is building the PV plant, undertakes to break the scope of work down into activities and price each activity as a lump sum, which he is paid on completion of the activity, right? The total of the activity prices is the lump sum of the contract work. So for example, if you think about, let's say you appoint a contractor to design your solar PV plant, of course, we are going to have project deliverables, right? We are going to start with an inception stage. Then you pay them after they give you an inception report. Then they do a data collection exercise. Then they bill you for that. Then they do a modeling exercise and they bill you for that. Then they write the report and sign it. Then they bill you for that. Then they workshop that design with the municipality. Then they bill you for that. So multiple activities, right? Then you've got bill of quantities. So the contractor is paid an amount for the item of work in the bill, right? Which is the rate for the work multiplied by the quantity completed, right? So here you have a bill of quantity. So you are building your solar PV plant. So to build that plant, it requires inverters, it requires cables, it requires panels, it requires communication devices, SCADA, etc., etc. So that would be your bill of quantities, and then you get paid at your rate multiplied by the quantity completed, right? And then you've got cost reimbursable. So the contractor here is paid an agreed percentage fee to cover his overheads and profit and is reimbursed at market-related rates for predefined cost items, right? So the contractor here is paid an agreed percentage fee to cover his overheads and profit, right? Then you've got target cost. The contractor is paid for work done on a cost reimbursable basis. And the difference here between the final cost of the works and the target price agreed at the conclusion of the contract is shared between the contractor and the employer in accordance with the pre-agreed formula, right? So here what you have is you have a target cost, right? And you have an actual cost. Then of course, because projects, the scope creep, etc., then those might be different at the end of the project, and then the difference in cost is shared between you and the the contractor. All right. So this is important for me to start this presentation, because what you will notice that when I talk about FIDIC, when I talk about GCC, for example, right, it will be applicable to a particular strategy that I've listed here. When I talk about FIDIC, it will be most applicable to a particular strategy that I list here. When I talk about NEC, it will be applicable to a particular strategy that I've listed here. All right. So let us then start with what we all know. Of course, if we are involved in contracting, but if we are not, then this is GCC, General Conditions of Contracting. Yeah. So its application, where do you apply General Conditions of Contracting? So it's suitable for both building and construction works contracts, right? So that's why in Munich, we use it so much. Are there provisions for different contracting strategies? It is focused mainly on the design by the employer. So it is focused mainly on the design by the municipality. Yes? But of course, it may be used in design and build contracts. We're not saying that GCC cannot be used for design and build contracts where the design sits with the contractor, but its main focus is that the municipality or the employer does the design. So from that starting point, if we go back to our 10 megawatt example, most of us in our municipalities might not have the skill to design a detailed 10 megawatt plant, right? So we have general conditions of contracting, which we are accustomed to, but now we want to procure 10 megawatt plants, right? That is what we want to do. Then of course, we know the type of contracting is suited for a scenario where the employer or the municipality is responsible for the design. Then we start to then question whether is this the right approach. Of course, you can amend with particular conditions the GCC to apply to that context, but how much amending do you do? Do you do massive amending, or do you consider a different contracting approach suitable for this type of project, right? So tender versus contract. So the contract and the tender are separated, right? So a tender, of course, is sort of like a request for quotation, and then a contract is a binding document between the municipality and the service provider. So these are separated. You will see, for example, in FIDIC, that they are not separate, right? Structure, yeah, comprises only one form of contract, designed by either party. Emphasis again, intended to be, the design is intended to be by the employer, but the contract can be applicable and provide for design by the contractor to the extent specified in the contract, right? But as we read this commentary, we're already sensing that this type of contracting makes much more sense if the design sits with the muni. Then from a liability perspective, limitation of liability. So for the loss of revenue, loss of profit, indirect and consequential, then you need to add an additional condition in the GCC contract to deal with the loss of revenue, loss of profit, indirect and consequential, right? So from a liability perspective, if you want to deal with that, then you amend or you augment the contract. Other direct losses during the contract period, unlimited, of course, to the extent which the contractor is responsible, uncertain for others. So for example, let's say you go the GCC route, you decide to design this 10 megawatt system, then the contractor comes and builds it based on your design. Then your design suggests you've built an 8 megawatt system, right? Of course, it is to the contractor, they built it based on your design. It is not a 10 megawatt plant, yes, of course, but that liability lies with you and your design. So the contractor really can't be held accountable for that. Loss and damage to employers surrounding property. Of course, contractor is liable for making physical loss, good physical loss, etc., etc. Latent defects, so those defects that are not very clear, especially in the construction phase of the project, those defects that we see once the project has been completed, at least this contracting has provision for latent defects for a 10-year period, right? So from a risk allocation, from a financial risk allocation perspective, the allocation is fixed based on the principle that the risk carried by the party best suited to deal with, right? So risk is allocated based on the party that is best suited to deal with that particular risk, right? Of course, we've got the employer role of the municipality and his agents. The engineer in the municipalities administers the contracts as an agent of the municipality in accordance with the contract. Of course, this is consistent throughout other contracts. Of course, there's provisions for some subcontracting, claims procedures, and dispute management, right? But the most important thing here that I wanted to highlight was that GCC in its natural form is suited for design by the municipality. And we know as municipalities that we might not want to get involved well at this stage in the design of these large solar power plants, right? Unless we are well capacitated. Then that would mean if GCC, without comprehensive amendments, if GCC is not the best option for these kinds of projects, then what other options are out there? Let us go to FIDIC. Let's see if FIDIC can assist us, can solve this predicament that we find ourselves in. So the FIDIC conditions of contracting, its application. So FIDIC recommends of the following books. These are not the only books. It's the red, yellow, silver. There's gold, there's green book, right? So red is for building and civil engineering contracts, yellow for mechanical and electrical process plant contracts, and silver, which we will be looking at in detail in my presentation, international major 10 key projects, right? We'll discuss silver in detail, right? But most importantly, FIDIC is applicable for projects only and typically designed and managed by independent engineering consultants, right? There is also a gold book, which is not mentioned here. I think this CIBD document is quite outdated. There's also a gold book, which I want which I will go into detail. The gold book is a DBO, design, build, and operate contract, right? But mainly it is because the design and the management and the construction sits with the contractor, right? That is critical for us, especially with this particular type of project, to ensure. Remember, there was an example that Jermaine started with at the start of this week, where there was a plant, had a projected yield and an actual yield, and there was a massive difference there, right? So under this contracting regime, that difference, the contractor will be held liable, right, for that difference in the projected yield and the actual yield. The contractor must ensure that what they project is what is in the actual, of course, with a small margin of error, like anything else, but close to perfection, I may say. So already, as I start in its application, we see that, okay, FIDIC might be suitable for these types of projects. So provision for different contracting strategies. We've got red for construction, right? For works designed mainly by the employer, not too great for our example. Yellow, plant design and build for works designed mainly by the contractor, starting to sound like what we need. Silver, engineer, procure and construct. 10 key projects with all work, engineering, procurement and construction by the contractor. Silver is starting to look most suitable for a 10 megawatt plant, right? And of course, then there would be gold, right? Gold would be engineer, procure, construct, and operate, right? For, of course, a certain period of time until the municipality you take over. So from its application and different contracting strategies, we can see that this type of contracting can work for our example, for our 10 megawatt plant, right? The tender is included as part of the contract, all right? The structure, separate documents with many common clauses, etc., and also important. So I continue FIDIC. I've got a nice picture here where, yeah, I emphasize risk minimization, right? We want to minimize risk. We want to minimize that projected yield versus actual yield difference. We don't want that, right? So, what is my screen doing? Yeah, so designed by either party, right? I will forget about red for now because it mainly focuses on design by the employer, right? I will stick with yellow, silver, and introduce gold as I speak. So yellow, right? Design fit for purpose by contractor to employer's requirements. So you say I want a 10 megawatt plant connected to Itumeleng's intake point, then the contractor designs that based on your requirements. Silver, same thing, fit for purpose design, right? But they are responsible for the accuracy and completeness of the employer's requirements, right? Of course, with some limited exceptions, but accuracy and completeness is emphasized, right? From a liability perspective, of course, any loss of revenue, loss of profit, indirect and consequential, capped at the amount stated in the contract with exception, right? So this cap applies to the contractor only. Other direct losses during the contract period, unlimited effects to the extent which the contractor is responsible, uncertain for others. So if the contractor is responsible, for example, under the silver book, is responsible for the design, constructing, procurement, and let's say gold book operation, we want accuracy and completeness. The contract then has conditions to ensure that the contractor is liable for the defects under their responsibility. They are responsible, for example, for a 10 key project. So any defects they are responsible. All right. Loss and damage to employers' surrounding properties, of course, contractor liable, latent defects. The contract is silent there, hence covered by the law of the contract in which the site is situated. Right? So, of course, our contracting templates speak to this, right? That the latent defects, the contractor is also liable for, to an extent. And then we've got financial risk allocation. How do we allocate our risk, right? Each main contract has its own independent, right, but fixed risk allocation strategy. Typical of the sector the contract is designed to target. Once again, going back to yellow and silver book, contractor carries most of the risk under the yellow book, but employer still carries some. Under the silver book and mostly the gold book, the contractor carries virtually all the risk. You've shifted all the risk to the contractor. Time and cost effect dealt with differently depending on the risk event. Right? Some events do not allow for contractors' profit. Right? So of course, the engineer or employer to determine extra time and cost by consultation with the contractor, etc., etc. But most importantly here, what we see is that as the municipalities, for that particular project, that 10 megawatt project, we would shift all the risk to the contractor. Remember, Bernard asked a question, I don't know, was it yesterday or the day before, where he said, how do we make sure as that municipalities do not get private sector rejects? So yesterday, we started feasibility. We said feasibility is critical, so we must quantify our projects. Today, we are saying we make sure even in our procurement process, in our contracting, that all of the risk lies with the contractor, so that they do not dump projects on us as municipalities that are not good enough, that are not, you know, at the right standard. So we already see FIDIC seems to do that for us. And then, of course, we've got the role of the employer and his agents. Where's my phone? Sorry. We've got the role of the employer and his agents, subcontracting, claims procedures, and dispute management, right? Which is consistent throughout the different contracting templates, but one can read the templates in detail there. But my main point here was a risk allocation. Remember, under GCC, we might want to do the design ourselves, which ultimately determines the plant that is being built. Right? Of course, yes, you can move the design over to the EPC contractor. Yes, but of course you have to make some condition amendments. But what we see in this type of contracting, that it is best suited for this type of project that we want to do. And we ensure that we minimize risk on our side as much as possible. But of course, if you think about it, if you hand over, or if you minimize your risk and you increase the risk of the second party, which is the contractor, I would assume that the cost then is proportional to the amount of risk that you allocated to one. So these EPC projects might be expensive, right? We've already seen in the projects in the past couple of days, we're talking millions of rands here, right? Last but not least, we look at NEC, right? So NEC seems to be quite special because if we look at its application, multidiscipline and suitable for any sector or combination of sectors of the engineering and construction industry. This contracting type seems to be what we call, what's the word? Silver something, I forgot now, but it's a silver bullet, you know, it seems to be. Is suitable for projects or general procurement, either designed and managed by independent consulting engineers or designed by engineers and managed by separate project managers, both of whom let us try and mute ourselves. Right? It's designed and managed by independent consulting engineers, right? Designed by engineers and managed by separate project manager. So designed by us in the municipality and managed by, let's say, a PMO, right? Of managers, both of whom may or may not be independent of the employer, right? So they can be from the Munich or they can be contracted. But why I say NEC is quite special, provision for different contracting strategies. NEC, these are the 6 main contracts, and it covers the full range of strategies, this type of contracting contract, right? Remember, I started with the different strategies in my presentation. So under NEC, you can have activity schedule type of contracting, bill of quantities type of contracting, target contracting, with activity schedule, target contracting with bill of quantities, cost reimbursable contract, management contract. So NEC covers all the strategies I listed when I was starting my presentation, right? And it and seems quite flexible. Of course, colleagues, I must mention that if we are accustomed to GCC, for example, then you start to introduce FIDIC, you start to introduce NEC. There is a lot of change management that is critical. You know, we need to then, because we are changing the way we do things. So a lot of capacity building is then required to of course understand FIDIC in detail, understand NEC in detail, right? Although under our project we propose FIDIC, which is, in my opinion, best suited for these kinds of projects, what we see is that NEC also is quite well suited for such projects. If we look at the structure, it has a black book, one main document with common core clauses for all contracts, right? If we look at designing, so that designed by either party in any proportion to the extent stated in the works information, contractor provides the works in accordance with the works information, hence the obligation as to fitness for purpose or otherwise based on the works information required, right? So design can be by either party, right? And the contractor provides the works in accordance with what the municipality requires, right? Limitation of liability, revenue loss addressed as an additional condition. Similar to FIDIC and other indirect losses during the contract period, unlimited for defects to the extent which the contractor is responsible. So if, for example, under NEC like FIDIC, the contractor is responsible for the EPC, the engineering, procurement, and construction, and let us say even operation for a limited amount of time, then any defects in that period, the contractor is responsible. So risk, you can also move risk a bit to the contractor. Financial risk allocation, right? Combination of main and secondary options can provide an almost unlimited range of contract strategy risk allocation in any of the traditional industry sectors, right? In addition, through the use of compensation events, the employer will only pay for the effect of certain risks if they occur, and the contractor does not have to include for these in his prices, right? So one can then pay for certain risks as they occur, even though the contractor had not included this in his price, right? So for example, unforeseen risks, this type of contracting has that applicability. So, of course, I will not go into the other details, right? Very consistent role of the employer, subcontracting, claims procedures, dispute management, very consistent across all the contracts. But the main point here is that if we look at NEC, NEC, like FIDIC, very much suited for these types of projects. What we see NEC in particular is that it is very flexible and covers all the range of strategies. Right. All right. So that was, in a nutshell, on my side, just an overview, right, of the different contracting, starting with the contracting approaches that we are comfortable with, then introducing contracting approaches that are best suited for these kinds of projects. And at the core of my message is risk allocation, because we are trying to ensure that the yield, the projected yield versus the actual yield, there is no difference. So we need then to minimize the risk, especially for large projects, for example, a 10 megawatt plant, like I mentioned. All right. So quickly, now one wants to select the appropriate form of contract for your 10 megawatt plant. Right. You want to select the appropriate contract. So this is where we start. Does the work satisfy all the following? Straightforward or repetitive work for short duration, right? Let's say it's an OMM contract. Almost no requirement for sophisticated management technique. So we are dealing here with a simple project. Imposes only low risks on both the procurer and the contractor. Imposes low risks on the municipality and the contractor. Design of the works is almost complete when the construction starts. So the design is complete. If the work satisfies the following, let's say it's I don't know, you want to put a solar PV on your top of your carport or your roof, for example, it would most likely, let's say it's what, 60 megawatt peak or some small. It will be quite straightforward, right? Does the work predominantly involve building works? If yes, you go to JBCC, minor works agreement. If no, right, in this type of contract, in this type of carport example I've made, then a FIDIC short form of contract or NEC contract would ideally work out, right? I didn't go into the details of those simplified contracting because I'm assuming here my example was a 10 megawatt plant, but FIDIC and NEC have forms of contract for those straightforward types of contracts. If not, if your project is not so simple, then of course, you must ask then yourself, what is the contracting strategy? Do you intend to design this yourself as the municipality? Right? If yes, and the project involves predominantly building works, remember you go to JBCC, right? If not, if it's a solar PV, project, right? We can go to the Red Book and of course amend GCC to be applicable in that case. But we can use the FIDIC Red Book. Remember, FIDIC Red Book, I explained that the design is by the employer, in this case, the municipality, right? But if the contracting strategy is design and build, develop and construct, design, build and construct, an EPC type of contract, then the FIDIC Yellow Book, right? The FIDIC Yellow Book is applicable there. The design now starts to sit with the contractor. Similarly, so the management contract, if it's a design, build, develop, construct, including management contract, then the Silver Book is applicable, right? The Silver Book is applicable. And I add here to this diagram, the FIDIC Gold Book, which is then the design, build, develop, construct, plus operate, right? Which is what I add there FIDIC goal book is you design, you build, you develop, you construct, and you operate for a particular period of time. So that book is most applicable for that type of contracting. Then construction management, of course, this is where we get to NEC and construction contract. So for construction management, NEC. But then you see NEC cuts across all the different types of strategies. The strategies most suitable for the types of projects you want to build in this training, of course, FIDIC, but also NEC works best, right? Designed by the employer, works excellently so under GCC and the FIDIC Red Book, right? So, of course, this is my interpretation, colleagues, of the legal landscape around this particular topic, right? So why FIDIC? So our legal firm suggests that FIDIC standard form contract provides a clear framework for managing the project, which reduces the risk of disputes and misunderstandings between the parties. We've already labored on the risk point. The mechanisms under FIDIC ensure that the project is completed on time and within budget, because the contract, of course, outlines the timeline and the cost. The FIDIC standard form of contract anticipates and caters for numerous scenarios that are commonly present or likely in the execution of projects of this nature. Our friend, the GCC, in its standard form, is an ideal document for dealing with civil, mechanical, electrical, and building projects. Extremely ideal, which is why we use it mostly as municipality. Whereas the FIDIC Silver Book, where the FIDIC Gold and Silver Book are better suited for 10 key projects for process and power plants, which is what we are trying to do. We are trying to build as municipalities, our 10 megawatt plant. If we had used, for example, the GCC for the DBO, for the design, build, and operate, and the strategy, or the EPC, engineering, procure, and construction, we would have made significant changes to the GCC. That is what our lawyers say. We would have made significant changes, and those changes would have ultimately changed the underlying principle and contract regime of the GCC. Therefore, the FIDIC general conditions of contracting are better suited for this kind of situation. And of course, one can argue NEC also. The templates we've developed, it's a design, build, operate contract, as amended by particular conditions under the FIDIC conditions of contracting. Similarly, with our Silver Book, FIDIC conditions of contract for EPC turnkey project as amended by the particular conditions. Colleagues, I will not go into the details of those contracts. Those are long documents. They are available for you to peruse and come back tomorrow with questions, especially on the particular conditions. And then the operations and maintenance contract. Let us say you procure under EPC, under the Silver Book, and then you want to then procure services for ops and maintenance. You can still, of course, use GCC, right, which is still applicable for operations and maintenance, right? Just quickly, what we mean by these different contracting models. So we've got build, own, operate, transfer, boot. Build, transfer, operate is the BTO. Design, build, operate, the DBO, right? What do we mean by build, own, operate, and transfer? The contractor designs, finances, and builds the PV asset. You build, you design, you finance, and you build as the contractor. Of course, if you do that, you own the asset. You operate the asset for an agreed period of time. When that period ends, the contractor transfers ownership of the PV asset to the employer. or agreed party, right? Similar is taking the shape similar of a triple P, but that is what we mean by build, own, operate, and transfer. It is owned by the contractor until such a time the contractor relinquishes that ownership back to the municipality. Under this regime, a municipality contracts with a private entity who is then responsible for designing, constructing, financing, operating the asset for an agreed period of time. Let us say you undergo this contract regime for the 10 megawatt plan. Then the contractor says, no, after 20 years, we'll give you back the asset. Then one must ask themselves, after 20 years, how useful is that asset? Then we go to build, transfer, operate. The contractor designs here and builds the PV asset. They design it and they build it. However, the ownership of the PV asset transfers to the municipality at the end of the construction period. The contractor then operates the PV asset for a fee. This is where FIDIC starts to come in. This is most suitable for our 10 megawatt plant. Under a BTO model, the contractor obtains the right to develop and construct the PV asset from the employer. In this case, the Munich will grant the contractor these rights. The employer is responsible for financing of the project. That's why they own it. They've paid for it. After construction, the contractor hands over the PV asset to the employer, and the employer will then delegate the right to operate and maintain the PV asset to the contractor. So here, one would use the silver book. One would use the silver book alongside the O&M template. You use the silver book template and the O&M template to get this scenario. Now we have build, transfer, operate contract, which is the gold book, which is also very suitable for this kind of project. The contractor designs the PV asset. The contractor builds the PV asset. The PV asset is operated and maintained by the contractor for a set period of time. Of course, within our MFMA limitation. The contractor designs, the contractor builds, the contractor operates. Very ideal for when, of course, you want to do skills transfer in your municipality, then this contractor operates it for, let's say 12 months, and you've got your maintenance team assisting the contractor so that there is swift handover in terms of the ops and maintenance. But all of this is the gold book template is best suited for this scenario. In a DBO model, the private contractor is engaged in the design, build, and operate of the facility on a single responsibility basis, right? The public sector, or the municipality in this case, pays for the PV asset and owns the asset throughout the duration of the contract. You realize, colleagues, if what you pay for is what you own, right? So for this scenario, which is best suited, in my opinion, for my 10 megawatt plant in my Munich, this would be the kind of contracting regime that would look appealing to me, right? Then, if I look at the template a bit, the DBO contract template, which is the gold book, of course, it is amended by the particular conditions. The gold book is intended to be used for greenfield, right? Greenfield capital projects. So these are projects that are built from scratch, as opposed to a brownfield, which is an improvement of an existing facility, right? So my 10 megawatt plant, I will be building it from scratch. So it is a greenfield project. I would lean towards the gold book. Under this form of contract, a single contract is awarded to a single contracting entity, and this boosts quality and performance. The contractor designs, constructs, and operates the PV asset under the gold book contracting regime, right? The DPO contractor completes the design and build of the PV asset, then operates the PV for an agreed period of time. All right. Once the agreed operational period has lapsed, the DPO contractor hands over the plant to the employer, right? But the ownership remains with the municipality throughout the process. What the goal book seeks to do is to balance the risk between the contractor and the employer during both the design, build, and operation service periods, right? The EPC Silver Book, the EPC contract, the contract conditions provided for EPC contract, of course, in the Silver Book under the particular condition. This one is for 10 key projects, where as an employer, you hand over full responsibility to the contractor for all design, engineering, and construction. Here you expect, of course, as a municipality, you are waiting for the keys. It's like you are building a house, you are waiting for the keys, and you have little to do with the day-to-day management of the project, because anything wrong with the project, the risk lies with our contractor. Under an EPC contract, the contractor is responsible for the design, procurement, and construction activities, of course, but they are not responsible for the ops and maintenance of the asset. Once the EPC contractor has given you the keys, has handed over this asset, as a municipality, you are now responsible for the ops and maintenance. Then, of course, you can then contract someone else for the ops and maintenance, or you can do it internally as a municipality. An EPC contract based on the Silver Book provides a greater level of cost and final price certainty, because the contract accepts a higher level of risk than usually unallocated under other forms of contracting. Under this book, the EPC contractor assumes the following risks: ground conditions, right? Project completion time, cost, work quality, right? Because of the capital intensive nature of such projects, as a municipality, I would lean towards a contracting type that shifts most of the risk to the contractor. Because if I shift the risk, it is then in the contractor's interest to ensure the quality of that particular project. And of course, the O&M contract template, the municipalities, you are quite aware of this. It's just an operations and maintenance contract. If you want to procure your own generation asset using the EPC approach, then you would conclude an O&M contract for the operation and maintenance of the asset, right? The municipality's main obligation under this contracting tab is to, of course, pay a fee for the provision of these services. At a high level, the contractor under this contract has the following obligations: guarantee a certain level of energy that the PV asset will and should always be able to deliver, right? Yield, expected yield versus actual yield. Set out how scheduled and unscheduled maintenance will be dealt with by the operator, right? How will you do this maintenance? Set out. Let us agree on that. Compliance with safety and environmental obligations imposed by applicable law, of course, at all times. So, colleagues, those are our contracts. They are available under business models, like I showed earlier on in the week. You will find a guide for each contract, which will explain how to navigate the contract template. You'll find a guide for the O&M contract, then you'll find a template. You'll find a guide for the Silver Book, then you'll find a template. You'll find a guide for the Gold Book, then you'll find a template on our website, all right? So a key takeaway on my side is that FIDIC and or NEC contracts are most applicable for these kinds of projects. UKPEG Salga C, we've developed contracting templates to deal with these projects under the different conditions that I've explained, and you find these on our website, right? So I said before I conclude, I wanted us to look at a quick example. Let me just find it quickly, colleagues, which I think would be nice for showing right now. I hope it shows that. There we go. So I bumped into this document as I was scrolling through the web for whatever reason. So our colleagues at Eskom promulgated a tender document for the design, supply, installation, commissioning, operation, and maintenance of a solar PV plant with capacity of up to 72 megawatt peak. So this is quite a large power plant. But what we see here, what is key is that they want design, supply, installation, commissioning, operation, and maintenance, right, of this particular plant. So of course, this is a publicly available document. I am just interpreting it for training purposes, right? So in this document, I'm going to go to the employer's requirements, right? I'm going to go to the employer's requirements. The employer in this case would be Eskom. In our case would be the municipality, right? Under these requirements for this type of plant, it's a 72 megawatt peak a solar PV plant. It can be a 10 megawatt plant, whatever the case may be. In this tender document, there's a description of the works. What do we expect from this EPC 10 key? Already when you say EPC 10 key, I'm thinking silver book, FIDIC silver book. Implementation period. Of course, they provide site and other data, and then environmental and social requirements. Let's go. How they describe the scope of work here, right? Description of the works. The EPC contractor will be responsible for surveying, designing, engineering, manufacturing, procuring, supplying of all materials and labor, delivery to site, offloading, construction, erection, installation, off-site testing, on-site testing, commissioning, performance testing, provision of samples, preparation of all detailed drawings, as-built record drawings, maintenance manuals, instructions for a solar PV single axis tracker system, including a minimum of 18 months plant operation and maintenance services, and the associated network integration equipment at Eskom power station where they intend to build this power plant. So already this explains to us what we want covered in our EPC contract, colleagues. This explains what we want covered. And we need to be honest with ourselves as municipalities and say, which of these that I've mentioned here are we able to do comfortably as municipalities to ensure quality of work? Which of these are we able to do comfortably? To not stress ourselves too much, we then move this risk, this requirement to our contractors. Of course, there's details where it will be executed, right? They've identified the land. This EPC contractor shall provide full turnkey engineering, procurement, and construction services for a new build solar PV facility. This is a greenfield project, remember, situated wherever they mention in Komati, in Mpumalanga, right? Remember yesterday we spoke about identification of land, right? So they've identified the land here. This was the start of our feasibility presentations, most of us yesterday. And then they briefly provide what they require. They've spoken about the area of the land that is available. What do they expect, how do they expect the facility to perform, right? The bidder or the contractor during the detailed design phase, right? Must maximize the DC and nameplate AC capacity to allow for this performance. without exceeding development areas provided. So you must ensure this performance within this available land. Ensure this performance. You understand? So you are requiring this from the contract. So if you are bidding for this project, you must provide this capacity on this land, right? You must also provide an offer for 18 months of ops and maintenance, right? It shall be constructed, of course, according to all applicable standards. It must be built using these kinds of materials, right? These types of modules, inverters, trackers, etc., etc. The overview of the overall system. The system will be connected on the Eskom grid, right? At these voltage levels, but it is the EPC's responsibility to determine the optimal connection point. These are the voltage levels available. It is the EPC who must then determine. Right? Scope of works under this contract, all work shall be carried out strictly, of course, to applicable standards and international standards. Where no standards are applicable, compliance to Eskom and industry accepted standards, of course, applicable. And then they provide, of course, a high-level scope, which includes engineering and design, civil and structural, electrical and mechanical, the deliverables, the construction phase, what is required there from a legal and from a performance required, right? Commissioning and trial operation requirements, operations and maintenance, testing and quality assurance, etc., etc. So this EPC that decides to bid for this particular tender, let us say it is under the FIDIC Silver Book, they must then ensure that the requirements as articulated here are met. If not, then the risk lies with them, right? But of course, all of that is then articulated in that contract. Colleagues, let me pause here, Itmele, before we all fall asleep.
We were all having a good time. Thanks a lot, Sinawo. You've said a mouthful. But I think in a nutshell, what you're basically saying is that even though municipalities are commonly used the GCC, these sort of projects, these renewable energy projects may trigger the use of suitable contracts, your NEC and your FIDIC. And you also mentioned the importance of risk allocation, and that's what these contracts speak to. I don't know if colleagues have any questions. I've got one, but I'm happy to go after we take questions from the room. Jermaine, you can go.
Thank you, Itu. Good day, everyone. Thanks, Sanal, for sharing. I think the last bit of the tender is actually very, very insightful and helpful. And it's not necessarily a question. It could be just a comment. Being part of this whole work group, I was also on the other side, being a municipal official, because we've been extensively trained in GCC. I mean, last week or the week before, we were trained on the updates to GCC 2025 already. So the municipalities are very comfortable and very confident with GCC 2015 and GCC 2025 now, which came live last month, I think. And then also making use of a panel of consulting engineers. And so that has been the model of municipalities since I joined municipalities some years ago. I had to be convinced by Pins and Masons myself during this project that GCC will not be applicable for this kind of projects because there's a huge risk involved. And so I think that's worth highlighting, that municipalities might be a little reluctant to embrace these new ways because it's unfamiliar territory. But just given this in the document here, it's clear that they used the FIDIC rules and it's very clear, and the risk is definitely transferred over to the EPC, which is crucial. Now the challenge is that there might be a couple of municipalities that already started procuring their own generation and did not use this methodology. It would be nice to hear their comments on the experience. If they had used a consultant to design, which I'm sure that might have been the case, and then they had a contractor to come and install. The part that we might not see at this point is when the plant is not yielding what the consultants designed it to yield. Then there's that conflict that Sanawa was trying to highlight. And I think this is probably one of the most crucial elements in this training session. It's not to convince people to do own gen, but when we do get to that place to actually use these kind of contracts. So I think this is a very, very crucial learning and something that municipalities, engineers needs to really, really take into account as we proceed with own gen projects. So yeah, thank you, Sanal.
Thanks, Jermaine. Thank you. Yeah, of course, go ahead, Sanal.
Thank you, Juna. Yes, of course, agreed with you, Jermaine, there. Of course, we've worked a lot together on this work. As you were getting introduced to a new contracting type, I was getting upskilled on contracting in general, you know. And in my upskilling journey, it then made sense to me why our legal firm would propose this type of contracting, especially from a risk allocation perspective. And then, of course, my duty was then to look around where other public entities are procuring such projects and what kind of approaches do they use. And of course, that's when I noticed that, oh, all right, the shifting of the risk is being shifted towards the contractor. I agree with you. It would be nice, colleagues in this room, to hear, of course, if you've already used the GCC approach, because what I'm not saying in my introduction that GCC is not applicable. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe FIDIC or NEC are much more fit for purpose, but it doesn't mean GCC doesn't work. So if you've already gone in that direction, it would be nice for you to share what you have done and how you've gone about that. Over to you, Beck. Over to you, Itwele. Thanks, Jermaine, for that. Just wanted to say that.
We've got a hand from Lent. Please go ahead. You were muted. I don't know if you were trying to say something, silent.
Oh, sorry. Didn't hear my name. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now, thank you so much for the presentation. I think I just relived the moments that we were working on our documents as well. Yeah, and that's traumatizing. But yeah, I think what we need to also just say is there's two things involved. You are looking at a tender document. You are also looking at a contract. And I think those two things need to be taken differently. Maybe I firstly do agree that GCC would not work. Even if you were to do a GCC, you would have to substantially have annexures, have changes in terms of your conditions of that contract. So at the end of the day, you may have started with a GCC, but you end up with a FIDIC. So when it comes to the FIDIC, and especially with the document that you are sharing, when it comes to the tender document itself, so colleagues, there is a standard which is obviously from the CIDB, which is the SFU 20, I think it's 2019, if not 2021. So that SFU, it might limit you. I actually remember I prepared my documents in this format. You would see that there is ITB, information to bidder, information for service provider. And at the end, I had to redo the whole thing because now I had to match what the SFU prescribes. Your SFU would prescribe you need to have part T1, part T2, part C1, C2, C3, C4. So that is from your SFU. So how then do you make sure that you align your tender document to satisfy what the CIDB requires, but then you want to end up with a feedage contract? So I think that is what is important for us as well to just take into consideration. But I totally agree with you. Feedage, silver, there's no two ways about it. Thank you.
So now I see you've unmuted.
Excellent, excellent. No, thank you, Silent. I just wanted to say that, of course, Silent, you must think about all of us in this room. We are not all of us are quite upskilled in municipal tender processes. So SFU, what does it mean? They are not allowed.
So
Abbreviations are not allowed.
my apologies. It's a standard for uniformity. So if you go to the CIDB, you will see there's a standard for uniformity, which then they say this is how your tender document is. And I must say we engage CIDB a lot. And until one of the directors they actually accepted, they do have an SFU for feedage, but it's sitting somewhere in their drafts. It's not yet promulgated.
Nice. That SFU for FIDIC will be quite useful. I hope they expedite the promulgation of that. Over to you, Chair, again. Thank you so much, Silent.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have one question to you, Senao. You spoke at length about risk allocation when speaking about the different contracts. Is that the whole purpose of moving to or adopting these other approaches like your NECs and your FIDIC? Is it because we are trying to remove a lot of risk from municipalities to the contractor? Is that the whole point, or is it one of the reasons?
Of course, the colleagues can come in here, but mainly at the core of it, I would say Itumeleng is really risk mitigation, because I keep referring or going back to what's Jermaine's example of the yield and versus yield, expected yield versus actual yield, because that has massive cost implications. Because we are talking millions of rands here, we're talking large power plants, for example. If you mess up the yield, right, or you mess up the design, or you mess up the construction, or you mess up, and as a municipality, you have to take that risk, then that is an expensive risk to take, So, of course, from a risk minimization, you want to then ensure that that sits with the client. But, of course, that becomes expensive. I would charge you quite a lot also if you give me all of the risk. But at least it gives you comfort that you will get what you want. And if you don't get it, then someone is held accountable. It doesn't increase your cost. So for me, I would say at the very core of it, it's a risk. It's a risk management. I'm not sure, colleagues on your side, if you may have other thoughts, but There we go, Jermaine.
Yes,
Or
thank
through you,
you.
Chair. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, no, please go ahead, Jermaine. As now
Okay.
has taken over my job, so
Thanks. Maybe just another point that I just remembered as we were workshopping this with Pins and Masons. They actually mentioned that contractors are more attractive to a FIDIC contracting template versus GCC because they would want to take that risk on them because then they know they are solely responsible for that. I just remember that it's worth sharing that even if you put this out there, contractors, even on an international level, they said would be more keen to participate in your tender bids if it is governed by FIDIC.
okay, makes sense. Thank you so much. Thanks, Sinao and Jermaine. Do we have any other questions or comments from anyone else? We will have a quiz tomorrow. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to pop it on chat and we will be more than happy to discuss them. I see that we are due to, Sinawa, would you please stop sharing if all is well on your side? There we go. Thank you. We are due for a tea break from 11:15, and we start on part B of our agenda at 11 o'clock. So we will be having input from the city of Cape Town at 11 o'clock, but right now we break for a tea. So see you at 11 o'clock. And if you have any questions, please pop them there. We will be happy to discuss them as soon as we are back from break. Thank you, colleagues.
Welcome back, colleagues. Itumeleng said she's tired of talking. She proposed that I continue with the talking from this point forward. I hope everyone has returned. We are now going into my favorite sessions throughout this training, where municipalities come and share their actual experiences, you know. Of course, we start off our days really with a lot of content from our guide document and our contracts, but we must always supplement that with actual experience, actual colleagues in the field doing the work, working on the contracts. I think that is where most of the learning comes from. So we have our colleague from City of Cape Town, Madeleine Hendricks, who's going to share some of his experiences and the city's experiences with these kinds of procurement requirements, and how, of course, they've applied the examples or the contracting methodologies I've alluded to earlier on today. So Marlon, over to you, and thank you for gracing us with your presence today.
Thank you very much, Sanau, for the opportunity. I think we don't always get a lot of opportunities to share some of the learnings and the lessons of what we go through. So I'm glad that I'm here today to be able to share some of those learnings that we had over the last 5 years with our own build generation projects. I'll switch off my camera. I thought I'll just switch it on briefly so you guys can see who's behind the camera or the voice. Okay, but thank you very much. Let me get going. Okay, can I maybe just get the confirmation that you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, again, thank you very much. My name is Marlon Hendricks. I'm a project manager at the City of Cape Town. So I'm part of the Energy Directorate, and the specific department that I'm in is Sustainable Energy Markets, which really looks at the generation development for the city. So I'll share some of the experiences that we had over the last 5 years on some of the projects that we completed using this own build strategy, and some of the projects that are in construction as well. So hopefully I can finish sooner than my allocated time so that we can leave some more time for questions. So I'll just give you a quick introduction and background on the reasons why we're actually embarking on these projects, followed by some detail on the actual projects that I'll be presenting on. And then we'll go into the contract strategy and the procurement, which really just gives you an understanding of why we actually use the type of contracting strategy that we used for these projects, which was also kind of covered by Sanau, but I'll just refresh your memory. And then I'll go into the detail, the challenges actually that we had during the procurement phase, during the development of the tenders, and the execution challenges as well. It sounds when Sanao presented, very easy. We just go download the template, put our scope in, and then off we go. Unfortunately, in a municipal environment, it's not that easy. For one, the templates, the contract forms are not aligned to the MFMA. So just the easy thing, for example, approving a variation order or a compensation event in terms of NEC becomes problematic in itself. So I'll go through some of those challenges that we had, and then some closing remarks on the key learnings that we had. So I'm hoping you're going to enjoy. I put a few questions in to make it a bit more interactive. So I'm hoping you will also participate as well. Okay, so why did we or are we currently undertaking these projects at the City of Cape Town? So number one, there's a vision in the city to work towards a energy security for Cape Town. That vision is basically outlined in detail in our energy strategy that was approved not so long ago by Council. And the energy strategy then outlines some of the commitments that we want to work towards, some of the principles that are core to the energy strategy, and then obviously that will result in hopefully one day seeing our vision, which is an energy security for Cape Town. And maybe just to mention some of the principles. So we want to do it at an affordable level. So whatever we do, whatever we build, whatever we implement needs to be affordable for the residents of Cape Town. It needs to be reliable, and then carbon neutrality should also be taken into account while we're undertaking this. And then, of course, resilience is one of the key things that we also need to consider. So in order to achieve that, there's three commitments for us that basically is the reasons why we're moving towards these renewable energies. And one of the commitments is to harness new supplies. So we can't just rely on Eskom. And I think with the technical performance that Eskom had over the last couple of years, it became evident that we need to diversify. And the way to do that is to harness new energy supplies. And if we look at electrification, we also need to understand and alleviate the energy poverty. Again, one way to do that is to create new generation capacity. And then we also need to look at optimize our energy use. So, for example, energy efficiency interventions can be applied at municipal buildings. And I'm not sure if you know this, but the installation of solar PV at municipal facilities is also actually a way of energy efficiency or optimizing your energy use. So based on these three commitments and our energy strategy, we're working then towards a vision where we can say energy security for Cape Town, which is really the main reasons for undertaking these type of projects. So if we go into the detail of these projects, starting with the one that is currently in construction, this is a 7 megawatt solar farm situated in Atlantis, which is close to the West Coast, and not very far from Kuba Nuclear Power Station. I think it's about 50 odd kilometers outside the CBD of Cape Town. So initially we'll have 7 megawatts, but the infrastructure that we're building So the entire site can actually accommodate 10 megawatts. So yeah, some more lessons on a project and feasibility level, which was the reasons why we had to downgrade. Initially, we were planning to build 10, but due to cost and other constraints, we had to reduce it to 7 megawatts. But the infrastructure that we are building is capable of being expanded by additional 3 megawatts to take us to 10. So this will be a city-owned facility. It's using EPC type of contracting strategy, more specifically the NEC4, design, build, and operate one. And it is a pilot for now in the city to understand how it works and the challenges that we're having before we actually roll it out to the rest of the city. So it's in construction. We started in October 2024 with the site works, and hopefully by the end of this year it will be completed. I think currently there's about close to 9,000 panels installed. So we still need to install just over 4,000. No, not 3,000 panels, yeah, to get complete. Then the plant is also designed to accommodate the installation of battery energy storage. So this is also a pilot that we will be undertaking. So the initial size is 5 megawatt, 8 megawatt ampere hours. So it will sit over there. And we are now in the procurement phase of this battery energy storage. So once it's done, we will actually have a hybrid battery and solar. And then this will be connected to the city's network at 33,000 volts or 33 kV. And then this is just a picture of when we started the site clearance. Okay, then some other projects that we have now already completed. I think Gugulethu was completed in 2023. Goodwood 2024 in May 2024, and Kraaifontein June 2024. So these are all at municipal facilities. So this Gugulethu is a 125 kilowatt rooftop PV system. This is at our electricity depot, and here we're actually exporting into the grid, and still City of Cape Town's supply area, so we're feeding ourselves. So the demand here is quite a lot less than the generation that we have. Then we've also have one at our transport management center, which is actually a very critical facility for the city. So the system is also a rooftop PV system, and its maximum installed capacity is 330 kilowatt peak. Here we're not feeding back into the grid. The demand is actually quite high versus the PV that we installed. And then this Kraaifontein was our first ground-mounted PV system that we installed in the city. This is at our Kraaifontein wastewater treatment works. This actually feeds into the local network in the wastewater treatment work plant at the 11,000 volts or 11 kV, and the size of the system is 990 kilowatt peak. This one actually feeds back into the grid. Certain times of the day we exporting, but it's also City of Cape Town supply area. And you can see this is an east-west configuration as well. So the total installed capacity for these smaller ones is 1.45 megawatts, and they were all used in terms of implementing EPC contracting strategy using the FIDIC Yellow Book. Okay, so just to basically give an overview of the ones that have been completed and the ones that are completed, and also to give you an understanding of the different types of contracts that we actually use. And I'll just summarize at the end to understand which one, in my view, is more suitable. Anyway, so just a question for you. Based on these installations, which type of municipal project do you think has fewer risk? The rooftop PV or the ground mounted PV, or both? You can just put some in the chat. Okay, we got the rooftop. Any other? Which ones do you think has more risk? Rooftop. Okay, seems like rooftop. We'll see with going into the presentation if your understanding also aligns to our experiences. Okay, so when we looking at the contract strategy, the main reason for us choosing the EPC contracting strategy, and you've already covered this earlier, but just to refresh your memory, there's really three things that we looked at. And the number one is accountability. So with the generation project or power plant project, it's critical that you have this accountability set out. So, for example, if you have an EPCM type of contracting strategy, you have a person that does the designs. The designs gets handed over to the contractor that do the construction. If the construction is done not according to the designs, there could be some blame given between the parties, and it could be a while and have some project impacts to resolve that dispute. So when it comes to generation plants, it becomes very critical that you have that accountability set out right from the start, and the EPC contracting strategy will have that single point of accountability very clearly set out. Obviously, that then feeds right into the plant performance, because if the design had some flaws, or if the construction wasn't done according to the design, it's still that one single point of accountability that needs to resolve that issue. So plant performance is a key thing. We want the plant to perform based on the design, and if it doesn't perform, the contractor need to remedy that. And a way to ensure that is using the EPC contracting strategy. And then the last thing that we had to consider was the initial operations and maintenance. So what we found typically with these type of renewable energy plants, the most problems with these plants is within the first 2 years of the plant. If you have the contractor that designed and constructed the power plant still responsible for the operations and maintenance, you are then ensured that the issues that you will experience during operations and maintenance for that first 2 years are resolved by that contractor, which solves a lot of problems later on once you actually take over the plant as the owner. So maybe another one for you, true or false? EPC contract places the majority of design and performance risk on the contractor, not the client. Is that true or false? I think you probably know the answer if you were listening earlier. True. Any other takers? Do you agree with that statement? True, yes. So now I don't know if other people are awake.
Colleagues,
We'll see.
please use the chat, colleagues.
Okay. Let's continue. Okay. Then, so now that we decided we need to use an EPC contracting strategy, it was important to understand which form of contract we need to use and what is available to us to use. So there were really two choices. On the FIDIC, we were looking at the FIDIC yellow and then the FIDIC silver. And then on the NEC, we looked at the design, build, operate, the ECC, engineering, construction one, and then the term services, which will basically cater for the operations and maintenance side. But there were some challenges around these forms of contracts. So on the NEC, number one, even though it is better suited for our type of project, there were no approved templates available. So I'm not sure how it works in other municipalities, but with our procurement, we are only allowed to use the contract forms and templates that have been legally vetted and approved by supply chain and our legal department. If we come with a different type of contract, form of contract, it has to go through quite a lengthy process to first of all, get that vetted, and that process can take quite a while because they need to understand if there's any special conditions that need to be included. Does any of the current conditions need to be amended? And it can delay your procurement for a very long time. So the timeline, the risk is real for that template approval. So these were the kind of challenges if you bring in a new type of form of contract that is not approved by your supply chain or your legal department. On the FIDIC side, we do have yellow books that's approved and that can be used. But on the silver book, that is not in the city, it's not an approved template, and we would have to go through the same process. Hence, you'll see this is on the silver book as well. But the yellow book has an approved template and it is suitable for the type of projects. The only question was around how do we incorporate the operations and maintenance then in this yellow book. So the end result was we got permission to move forward with the NEC design, build, operate. The city was on a drive to actually incorporate the NEC form of contracts as well in the city. So not just on our projects, but on other projects, they also identified pilot projects to understand if the NEC can work in the city or not. So that was a good opportunity for us then to go through an approval process to get this template approved. And then on the SSEG ones, the Guletu, Kraaifontein, we basically used the FIDIC yellow, and we wrote some of the gold book contract conditions, the FIDIC gold book contract conditions into the FIDIC as special conditions to cater for the operations and maintenance as well. So just to recap, after we decided the contract strategy, we needed to understand which form of contract, and based on the city's approved templates, constraints, and timelines, we chose the DBO, NEC, and then the yellow book. I'm not going to spend too much time. You went through this already, but just to give you also some advantages if you compare a EPC single bid type of contracting strategy versus the multiple bid BOQ. So this will be your typical EPC, where you appoint a contractor to a professional consultant to do the design, another contractor to do the construction. You can even go as far as you break the construction up into civils, building, electrical, and it becomes quite a lot of contract to manage. So if you just compare the two type of contracting strategies, EPC definitely has less resources from a client perspective to manage. There's more cost certainty because a lot of the risk around the pricing lies with the contractor, and then there's also a higher risk transfer. On the other side, managing multiple contracts is more resource intensive, but there's less cost certainty because the POQs is remeasurable. Any mistake in the design or any thing that was left out, you will need to account for. And then you also take more risk as a client on yourself as well. And if we look at the EPC contracting strategy and how we divided the scope between us as the client versus the EPC contractor, if you're looking at the project life cycle. So feasibility, we have completely done this internally. So the need and opportunity, screening of the different sites, specialist studies that we needed to do, and understanding if we can move forward with it. On the design side, so we're looking at the concept designs, for example, the permitting, appointing the EPC was all on the city side, and then the detail engineering was then for the EPC contractor. Execution entirely the contractor side, so that is including the equipment procurement, the construction, commissioning, then operations as well, entirely, at least for the first part. So we're looking between 12 and 24 months would be the EPC, but in the operations thereafter would be entirely the city that will take care of it. So we will then typically put in some enabling contracts to support the teams that take over the facilities to actually do the operations and maintenance. But this just gives you an idea of how the scope is allocated between us as the client versus the EPC contractor if you're looking at the project life cycle of these projects. Okay, so let's go into some of the challenges that we experience in the procurement stage. So first of all, you will definitely experience some tender development challenges. So we experience quite a lot. It's too many to name. So I've taken the main ones out of the challenges that we've experienced. And I think the number one thing for us was around the preferential procurement regulations. So just to give an example, the inverters need to comply with DTI local content requirements. And at that time, there were no manufacturers in South Africa that actually can comply to the requirements. So all of the bidders, they needed an exemption to enable them to submit a bid. And DTI took very long to issue those letters, which resulted in some of the bidders not being able to produce at a time of tender close, which becomes problematic in its own right. So, you know, with these type of projects and the requirements that we have with local content, it becomes difficult to comply, and that becomes a challenge during procurement. Then another major thing was the fact that we don't have the appropriate form of contracts approved, and you will then need to go through a process to get that approved. And it's not just on the development side, it's also to actually build the skills and the knowledge and the capacity on your supply chain and all of the stakeholders that's involved in this process to get this tender template developed. So we actually had to go on specialized training with supply chain as an example. Which brings me to the other point. Supply chain practitioners don't understand the EPC contracting strategy, and that brings challenges in the BSCs, the BECs, and even at the BAC level. So the ideal way to award these tenders would be on a levelized cost of electricity. But awarding a tender in that way, the BAC members don't understand it. So they want the lump sum price that you use in your rating and your ranking of the tenders, which will result in a single bid that is the lowest normally. But if you come with your levelized cost of electricity type of award, you could have a situation where the contractor's lump sum amount is more, but the levelized cost of electricity is less compared to a contractor that has a lower capital cost versus a higher levelized cost of energy. So those kind of things becomes difficult and challenging. So you need to then change your award strategy to something that is not best practice. And then the last one was around project governance framework. So in the city, a couple of years ago, we introduced a project management framework. So we need to take all our capital projects through a formal process where we present to a specific committee at let's say concept design, at feasibility, at execution, and you can't move into the next stage of the project until you get approval for that current stage that you're in. But the project management framework that was developed by the city was developed with the EPCM contracting strategy in mind, the EPC contracting strategy. So it means that we only allowed to go out and on tender to find a contractor after the detailed design has been approved by your governance committees. But in our case, the detailed design will be done by the contractor. So we need to go out on tender earlier at concept design. And that this basically misalignment created problems as well. So luckily we went past all of these challenges and we entered the market. Unfortunately, when we entered the market, there were more challenges during the evaluation of those bids. So keeping in mind that we generally in the city are used to multiple bid type of contracting strategies. We have a new template for Atlantis now, at least, which is the NEC. It's a pilot, and we had to also go on training, so we're not really familiar with these things. We only received one bid at tender close, one bid, but we had about, I think, 40 bidders at our clarification meeting. So receiving only one bid didn't kind of make sense to us. And that one bid was non-responsive. The first round, we stopped the process and we needed to do a bit more investigation to understand why this happened. So one of the things that we did was a market survey to understand, basically get feedback from the bidders that were at the clarification, get feedback from the bidders that didn't submit their bid, even though they bought a tender package. And from that survey, it was clear the requirements that we put in the tender on eligibility. So the functionality criteria, for example, it was written for the big players. So typically the guys that would tender for your IPP tenders that is run by the IPP office, and not for the contractors that were actually interested in tendering for this. So it was set too high for the people or the contractors that were entering, and the ones that qualify, they weren't interested in our 7 to 10 megawatt plant that we want to build. So we had to go back and revise this based on some market analysis, which is very important to understand the market in these type of projects. And then we also had to engage DTIC around the local content as well. Another thing that we had to change was we had to reduce our operations and maintenance period. So first of all, I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but if you contract for longer than 3 years, or at least 3 financial years, you need to go through an additional approval process, because this project was schedule driven. We tried to and implement it within the 3-year period, but that meant we had to reduce our operation and maintenance period from a 24-month to an 18-month period as well, which obviously brings in its own risk as well. But we went there for our Atlantis plant the second time, and we got the responsive bidder. So just another question for you. If you were supply chain management, would you prioritize a faster tendering or a stronger risk protection? Maybe some thoughts. If you think faster tendering should be prioritized, you can maybe drop an A in the chat. Or if you think we need to look at the risk, drop a B in the chat. Okay, faster tendering. Okay, it's tied now. Stronger risk leaning towards. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that was on the procurement side. So on the execution side, the first thing was on the design side. So in the tender for Kraaifontein, the proposed design was this ballast type of system. So it's basically a mounting structure that is tied down by concrete blocks, and then these are put down on the platform, and it's once your platform is built, it's basically just packing these all down and then putting your concrete blocks on, and then you can do your stringing and inverters. So within no time, then your system will be finished and ready to commission. Unfortunately, the ground conditions on site did not play along. You can see it's very muddy. It's wet, high water table. I think the other side of this excavator is a pond, and a lot of that water also drains this way. So the water table's also very high. So I think this is one of the things that you might track execution during there might be certain things proposed in your tender at the time of evaluation, But then when you come to actual site, the conditions may not be suitable, or in this case, the contractor just ignored the geotechnical recommendations that was made on some of the information that was supplied by the tender. Fortunately for us, it's an EPC contract. The contractor had to carry the cost, the additional cost to move from the proposed ballast system to a piling system, and also to basically clear the site and prepare the site and to do proper stormwater management on site as well. In this instance, there were no cost to us, but there were project delays, which we claimed back from the contractor. Then on the Transport Management Center, again, there was a change in the size. So as part of the feasibility, you do your structural assessments, you understand what space is available for your panels to be installed, which will then be calculated back to what is the size that you can put up there. Unfortunately, once the design started, the EPC contractor do their own structural assessments, and based on that, we actually had to reduce the size. So one of the key things was the load of the roof needed to be taken into account. So we had to reduce the number of panels based on how much load the roof can handle. And that was the main reason why that was. And again, it becomes then a design change from what was proposed in the tender versus what is the actuals, and how you deal with that, and who needs to then pay for that. So number one, your performance ratios that were agreed to in the tender needs to be really looked at, and a whole lot of other things as well. On Atlantis, what we so we also had a change during the detailed design. So this is the site development plan for Atlantis. The blue areas are the PV panels, and then this area that is highlighted in red is where we propose the substation needs to be, and the operations and maintenance needs to be. Once the detailed design started, the contractor then did their own layout based on their designs to optimize the output, and also propose that we move the substations and the buildings towards the center, and that will reduce not just the cables from the transformers to the substation, but there were some other advantages as well. So the challenge came in because we went through all our permitting approvals before the tender was advertised. One of them was the land use management one. And if you've ever been through this process, you would know that any changes in your submissions that you had at the time of approval to implementation, you need to get permission for those changes as well. So this triggered an amendment to the LUMS approval, and it has other consequences essentially. Your building plan approves won't be issued until this amendment is done. They won't lay your services to your development if your LUMS approval is not in place, and it just becomes a whole lot of other consequences once you go through this permitting approval. Okay, So maybe just another question for you. You can just give a thumbs up if you've had to redo designs after obtaining environmental approvals or any other approvals. You understand the pain that goes with that. Okay, so just to summarize some of the execution challenges. So you'll get the contractor proposal within your tender document. Normally, if you accepted this proposal and things change, it becomes a challenge to allocate who is responsible for carrying the cost or the time delays in that change. So it's very important that you clearly outline those conditions. Then you need to have a formal process in place when you undertake your detailed design reviews. There needs to be formal QA or QC during the detailed design, during construction as well. So we appoint the owners engineers. The owners engineers then becomes our client representative to oversee and review detailed designs, quality during construction, and then also acceptance testing during commissioning. Then we had to reduce sizes. We had to redesign some of the systems, also amend some of the approvals. So there are some challenges to get your approvals up front. Some of them, things go quicker, but if the contractor has different proposals to optimize, then you could be in a situation where you have to amend some of those approvals. But if you do have a EPC lump sum contracting strategy, probably 9 out of 10 times the EPC will then carry that risk around it. Okay, so just in closing, yeah, I think risk allocation is one of the key things that you need to understand with these type of projects. You need to have formal systems in place to undertake reviews on the detailed designs, especially have oversight from a client perspective during construction, during detailed designs, during commissioning, and also understand the tendering and procurement phase. So just some of the key things that I think you need to consider when you're embarking some of these. Then my last one, you can just drop one word in the chat that captures your key takeaways from today. But from our side, thank you very much for listening to me. Hope you could take away some of the lessons and you don't make some of the same mistakes or go through the same challenges that we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marlon, for that excellent presentation. And also thank you so much for making all the mistakes so that we all avoid them. It's quite a massive responsibility there. Of course, colleagues, the time is now for questions, but let me start with my selfish question. It seems as if there are many moving pieces here, Marlon. There's lots of moving pieces. What would you say in your experience in terms of the skills and the capacity and, you know, stakeholder engagements internally? At a bare minimum, what is required? Do we need to make sure internally we've got an engineering team at least that understands what is required in terms of the designs? Do we need a contracts team that is able to understand these types of contracting, etc., etc.? What would you say at minimum is needed to handle these moving pieces, especially as you want to procure larger systems? You want to move to 5 megawatts, you want to move to 10 megawatts.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a very, very good question. So I'm not just on the contract side, so I'm responsible for the entire project lifecycle. So fortunately, or unfortunately, I was involved from the beginning of these projects. So Atlantis, for example, started maybe 4 years, maybe a little bit more than 4 years ago. The others, also 3. We're now busy with Parterfly, which is a 70 megawatt plant that I'm also involved with. And then I also went through the procurement and now construction and commissioning of some of them. And from my experience, the thing that saved us from making much more mistakes than we made, irrespective of the teams we had, the experiences that those teams had, was having this project management framework and governance in place. So you can get away with not having an engineering team. You can get away with not having a fully fledged contract management team, but you must have um, a project management framework with proper governance structures in place, because that will then ensure that at each phase of your project, so from your initiation, you present the work that you've done, a team reviews it to understand, is this beneficial to the city? Does it cover all of the aspects that need to be covered? Have you looked at risks? Have you looked at contracts? Have you looked at stakeholder engagements? For example, before you move into feasibility. Once you move into feasibility, there's then a different set of criteria, different set of deliverables, and at the end, you can then review that as part of the governance before you move on. Had we not have that in place and we just went straight from initiation right through procurement, it would have been a lot more disastrous. So I would say having that project management structure and governance in place was probably the most, the biggest lessons we had, and the best successful learnings at least.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Colleagues, this is the time to ask questions. Itumeleng, over to you.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Marlene, for that presentation. Mine is a simple one. You mentioned that the new contracting types that you, or templates that you employ for these projects require some approval process. I just want to know who does that approval, and is it an internal process?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it is an internal process, and that is approved by our supply chain management team. So it would be the director of the supply chain, but they won't approve it unless it has gone through our legal vetting team, which is also internal, and they use external legal consultants to understand if this proposed template that you want to implement, how does that matches our supply chain policy, for example? How does it integrate with the MFMA? Does it cover all of our special conditions that we normally have in place? There's a whole host of things actually, but it is an internal process that is done, and it is approved by our supply chain department.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we have Marlene here who's walked this journey multiple times. Let us ask him some questions, please. All right. If you don't ask, I'm going to ask one last one on my side before we call it a day. So in your presentation, Marlene, I see there's an example where, you had anticipated a what is the size of the plant? I think it went from something to something.
From 400 to 330. Yes.
Yes, and then the other one, we spoke about 10 megawatts, now 7 megawatts.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Let us unpack that and how do we mitigate against that
Okay.
going forward.
So let me start with the Atlanta 7 megawatt versus the 10 megawatts. So we initially started our work out um, hoping to basically implement a 10 megawatt farm. So two things that prevented us from doing it. The number one thing is around the grid constraints. So when we do the grid impact assessments to understand what is the evacuation capacity and what are the grid constraints in that area, we found that the demand in that area, we can only use 7 of the 10 megawatts that we will be producing at certain parts of the year. So this on our distribution side, the operational colleagues, very strict rules around exporting reverse power flows and a lot of other technical things. So based on the grid constraints, they wouldn't allow us to install anything higher than 10 or at least 7. And if we do, we then have to curtail at certain times of the year to stay within that one. So that was the one factor. So if the demand then increases, so we have more businesses coming into the area, the load picks up, there's then the opportunity for us to expand to 10. That will then be useful to evacuate the balance of the 3 megawatts. That wasn't so serious. We could live with curtailment and still achieve the return on investment that we wanted to. But the other one was around the cost of the plant. So we estimated the 10 megawatts initially to cost the city around 157 million rand. That was in 2022 or maybe beginning of 2023. And that was at feasibility. We then moved through to concept design, did a more accurate cost estimate, and the costs at that time, due to the market of the solar PV panels, increased by more than 50%. So it went up to almost 200 and something million for that plant. So we then needed to make a decision. Do we continue with this project? Do we reduce the scope? Do we implement it in phases? And the end result was then, let's reduce the size by only populating 7 megawatts of worth of panels, but still do the infrastructure for 10. So if we later things change around the cost, which they have, by the way, the PV panel prices are a lot, almost like 50% less than at that time. We can then reconsider installing the additional 3 megawatts as well. So it was around cost and grid constraints. I know it was a very long story. Then on the other one, the TMC one was around the constraints that was on the structural assessment that we needed to adhere to. So initially we thought we can do 700 kilowatts. We then went through the specialist studies, got the structural assessments done, and they told us that the maximum we can do is 400. Of course, that then went through a detailed design, more detailed structural assessments were done, and that resulted in a 130 kilowatt. So that was more structural assessment-wise constraints.
Thank you so much, Marlene. I think it's of course, your presentation excellent from a contracting perspective, very complementary to our discussions and what we are trying to achieve with this training and our templates. But also, it's good to have these examples where whatever we had imagined initially doesn't necessarily become the end result, because I think that is where the other Munichs that are present will take those lessons to make sure they mitigate against those risks. But of course, you can't mitigate against all the risks. But I mean, from a grid constraints perspective, from a structural assessment perspective, you may try and mitigate against those. Of course, the changes in the costs of raw materials. Sometimes you can mitigate against, sometimes you cannot, but it's good to hear about those challenges and also how they were handled within, your EPC contract, especially the 400 to 300 kilowatt peak system, where you say the contractor then ultimately had to, the example where the geotechnical assessment example, where the contractor had to then bear the cost of that additional work and delay in project timeline. All right, colleagues, thank you so much once again, Marlene. Colleagues, thank you so much. We've had a great day today discussing contracts. What we have tomorrow, of course, is the final day. We want to talk about the money, we want to talk about how do we finance these projects. If you want to get funding from a development bank, for example, how do you get ready, right? What are the building blocks to ensuring that you are investment ready? So Itumeleng and Michael from ICLEI will be providing most of the inputs. If we are lucky, we might have someone from the Just Energy Transition platform, something like that. But we might have someone from there to just discuss the finances. We've also developed a memorandum of financing structures where we go into lots of detail on how one can fund these particular projects. But for today, I think it's best we call it a day. And thank you so much for being here. One more day to go. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Itu, Jermaine, Aphiwe, thank you, Sibusiso, Silent, Tobani, Songezo, Sife, Johnson, Rajesh, Skumbuzo.
Thanks,
Cheers, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, just from my side also, thanks again for the opportunity to present the lessons from the City of Cape Town. Anyone's welcome to contact me if they want some more detail on it. But otherwise, good luck. Enjoy the rest of the training. Bye.
Excellent. Thank you. Buhlari, Mvelo, Kuku, Anele, Vimbi, Kwezi. Cheers, guys. See you tomorrow.